Okay, I am back. I updated my video card driver. And now we are... I need to fix my television screen. I didn't realize, but we're going live again. Sorry about that. I will fire up the... fire up the... let's see. GeForce Now. Yeah, we'll fire up GeForce Now. I want to do World of Warcraft. Play... I will heal. And... yeah. And... analyzing network. Odd. So anyways, getting back into it. Sorry about that. And I have a cool motion desktop. Now, WoW Classic Anniversary, but see, well, I mean, I wouldn't mind healing old content, but I also don't like old content. Like, I don't know, the healing, I don't know. It's alright, it's harder. No, I'm gonna stay on retail where all my work is. It's dumb. So I'm just going to do a whole bunch of content. I'm going to queue for all PvE, all LFR, and all PvP. I'm just going to take stuff as it comes on Mistweaver. Or, well, no, actually, I came to grind the... But yeah, I feel like I'm ready to heal. I actually think I've got this perfect. Oh, did you crash? No. Some kind of bitch. I don't have Mono T. Oh, you can't do that yet. Okay, so I can't see the cooldown. So, so we're doing the campaign. I'm just gonna, like, have it send me places. So, I don't have Healbot anymore, but I do have frames, so I'm not going to queue yet. I'm just going to do some... I'm going to try and get through the storyline of The War Within on this monk. And get it done for my account. That's something I can get out of doing this content. And I mean, Windwalker will get my gear up. Like, it'll get my gear up quicker than Mistweaver will. Doing the quest line will get my gear up quicker than Mistweaver will. It's an Astral Combatant's Heraldry, certifies crafted equipment. Nothing too good, just Marks of Honor. Time Warped Crystal. Converts combined back, please. Okay, Warband gear can be shared with the other gear, but the gear becomes soulbound. Okay, well, so... Oh, I got something new. monks wear leather, do they? Okay. Okay, so these things can sell. Alright, so right now we're item level 95, and my PvP item level is 101. And we're just gonna get up in the eye level. And just play the game, because you know, I did pay for this. And try to get ready for Midnight Expansion, which is coming up in like 5 weeks, so... I'm not gonna do it all day, though. I'm just gonna try and get a chunk of it done. So I guess the next bit would be to switch to... Well, I guess I'm Windwalker, am I? Yeah, I'm Windwalker, so I don't have to worry about my bars with Windwalker. I can make them really small. Just enough so I can see them. And I can just lol face through this game. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna need that actually. Oops. There we go. Yeah, that's good enough where I can see the buffs, yeah. Save and exit. I wanna switch specs and do this again real quick. And then back again. I can't believe how long you make that. That's dumb. Make it instant. So now, I'm going to... Yep, and I'm going to take a look at my bars. I'm going to go back to edit mode, and, yeah, for instance, that's bad. We need to fix that. Party frames. Oh, yeah, okay. Well, I mean, yeah, can we just move it over here? Make it really big? Or whatever. That's a bit extreme. I think that's about right. Oh, my ribs. Okay, so going to... I want to make another keybind for map. I want to make a control tab. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I like it, actually. I'm enjoying it. I've always liked this game. Yeah, that's at least tolerable. Oh, okay. There's like flight past there, but I think this was faster. I'm gonna learn to be a Windwalker. I'm going from priest to monk. Monk's my main now. Oh no. Oh no, I'm gonna die or something. I don't know. Probably die. Yeah. That's okay. Where am I going? Well, that's at least... Wow, that queue was fast for DPS. It was like 3 minutes. Oh. Yeah, I don't have to heal. Oh, I'm healing? Oh, wait, I'm healing. I am healing. Oops, the tower getting out to be boosted. fine. Now, something was wrong there where my statue summoned, yeah, there, so I screwed up in my spec. There we go. Summon Jade statue. No, that's no good. I would rather have that. I don't really favor that one either, compared to, like, those. No. It's not enough. Leg sweep applies disable for 5 seconds, still set coil. I think that's a really good ability. Oh, maybe I should just do this. Yeah, that's a better point, I think. I could just drop out of that and buy into like still step coil. I mean, that's super good. As like an overall spec, yeah. I think I need Morning Breeze. Oh yeah, that's such a good ability, actually. Yeah, Rapid Diffusion's super good. I just don't have enough points here. What was this? So... yeah, I believe this is a good spec, okay. So now I will go spec back to Windwalker again. I don't remember what Windwalker's big cooldowns are. Yeah, like, I'm fairly sure I don't need to worry. I'm fairly sure I don't need to worry, yeah. It's actually pretty cool. So, let's queue up for... ooh, there's good heal bonuses for healing right now. I'll queue up for that. I'll queue up in the Rave Finder for heals. I'll come to player versus player. I'll do Epic Battlegrounds. And South Shore Brawl. So what credit are they giving me for this? It's like, oh yeah, that's Silver Satchel or whatever. Oh yeah, so my my meters. So there's a couple of macros I need. It's like show heal numbers. Third person on. Oh, there we go, heal numbers, but so I didn't realize, but this is a problem. Yeah, action bar 5. Action bar 5. Okay, so good, and then bomb out, and then stance bar and stuff. But action bar 5. Save and exit now. Heal numbers. So I suppose the one thing I might need to do is heal myself. So Vivify should be on my bar. Okay, doing a little bit better there. So let's test it out. Oh yeah, that's my epic battleground. Ooh, Ashram. It's already started. What was that? Odd. rolled the wrong way. Nope, it's over. I came in on a backfill, I don't care about losing. No wonder. Where's action bar 1? Fuck, where is my action bar 1? Action bar 1. Action bar 1, where are you? I don't see you. Tracked buffs. Oop, what's this? I don't really see why my action bar 1 isn't here. Oh god, I don't have Chrome open, which is dumb. I need to restart the kid. It's been like an hour. No, I am streaming. That's good. Okay. Random epic battleground. Auto-rep battle. So that cooldown, it needs to be sooner rather than later. Yep. But still sooner rather than later. 7, yeah, 6, 7. Hello? Hey. You broke out there for a second, but now I do, I think. Yeah, I'm okay, yeah. Oh. Okay. Okay, I'll come get her. Okay. I'm sorry, guys, I've got to step away. I gotta leave this. Fuck, I gotta leave this. Just AFK out. I'm gonna get away from combat here, and I have to go get my cat. I'll be right back. I'm gonna charge my headphones while I'm gone. Oh god, don't go in one direction, no. No. I lost all my cues. Please don't let me. She has to be out. She's Katie, you're good. Just make sure that you and your brother don't fight. Okay, so... I know, he's such a bastard, huh? You hate him. I'm just kidding, he's Damn it, what do you mean? Why are you at my herb? Wait, what? Oh, right, my headphones. Okay. Oops. Oh, what happened? You DC. Odd. Delve Season 3. Oh, damn it, I left the queue by mistake. Oh well. Deserter? I like the way the water looks. My changes didn't save. My action bar 1 is missing. World of Warcraft, my action bar 1 is missing. Is there some command I can reset it to center of screen? My TV got moved. Stop. just do it for so long. I like healing. It's fun as hell. There we go. There we go. Perfect. Stupid bot. Oh, it's a pit. I didn't realize. Dead already? God damn. Everybody left, huh? That's all it was? Nice. Well, I got gold. I didn't get loot, but I got gold. Oh, I lost the nice finger. It's a pretty dope finger, I gotta say. Well, that was fun. I liked the music. The music was really good. You can tell I've been doing this for so long. I like jump into LFR on the first day. I've been doing this for so long. Okay, a Queen's Fall. Okay, that one's cheaper because it's like I don't need it anymore. I go into another LFR here. Lemmy and lore, okay. Ooh, the music's good. I like the music a lot. I've never been here before. New content for me. Oh, did you DC? When I hit the life kick loon, I think you DC'd or crashed or something. Oops. Oh, what happened? Oh, you came undone. I did what I should have done, and my ship, like, ship and froze. I love fist weaving. Ooh, fractured spark of fortunes, whatever that is. Okay, so use. I can need that. Rusty guns. Transmog. Transmog. Ooh, explosive hearth staple. I guess I'm gonna need that. Exactly what it is. Nice, I'll take that too. But what's the... Oh, 92, huh? Great. Look, retail's the only place I can fist weave, and I love fist weaving. It's addictive as hell. Look. No. Hello? Hey. Oh, okay. The one I won was an Amazon's Choice, and it had like a spinning deal to it, and it was $9. Yeah, go cheap on this because they break. I'm really looking for cheap as possible. I just need to put my nose to it. I do it more these days so because they break. My last one lasted 7 years though. Yeah. I don't care. Go with your heart. Listen to your heart. But around $10, you know. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. This loot isn't even worth it. God damn, I did a phone call in the middle of that boss fight. You never forget. You never. It's like riding a bike. You never forget how to do it. I didn't do it well, but I did it. I like the music in here. Reminds me of Cyberpunk. It's fucking good. I love the music. I love fist weaving. Look at all the green numbers fly. That was way easy. I love healing. I love the music. The music's so good. Hack the bone, kill him. Sparks of Fortune. Music for these is quite good. I like the music a lot. Oh look, I got a pet. Ixtal the Observling. Oh, that's cool. That's what it looks like when you summon it. Oh, it's cool. A big light ball comes down. That's cool. They're like, you spent money. Yep. I did. I spent your guys' money. I love you guys. Thank you for buying me Midnight. It's gonna be a fun expansion. Maybe maybe my appreciation of WoW will come back. She looks pretty cool with the blue hat. That blue hat is pretty cool with the crazy eyes. Or the lamp hat. I like the lamp hat, the candle hat a lot. The candle hat's dope. Can we make this bigger? No. That's a pretty cool one with the purple thing. Gold, there's a gold feather. There's the big druid like ears. My crown of woe. I'm gonna wear the crown of woe. I think it's the coolest one. Oh, I like those. Those are dope. Yup, fits her. Oh, I like the white jacket. Let's see if we can get an all-white ensemble. No tabard. Oh, those are cool, the little flower wrists. Oh, I like those. Those are dope. Oh, I like the heart. The heart's fucking perfect. That's my favorite belt of all time, instantly. Perfect. Or no, I want a blue dress. Yeah, the blue dress, or I don't know, the red dress. Red dress doesn't fit her, but the blue dress does. Finally, we'll do those. Yep. Okay, save. Save outfit 1200. Alright, did we do it? Yep, that's her. Oh yeah, I look fucking dope. Look, I look fucking dope. Yeah. Oh yeah, fuck, I didn't do the I thought they were supposed to reduce the cost of this. Oh. Hey, it's Lemmy and Laura again. I like these guys. They're good at tanking. I love the horns. Good cyberpunk stuff. By Evangelist is what I was looking for earlier. like the jazz. It's good. I love seeing the green numbers pop. Music's so good. Better than I expected. I'm a fist waver now. It's addictive as hell. Family dinner soon. I missed healing. I'm gonna do a lot more of it. I love this Weaver. It's so good. I'm gonna ride it through the whole expansion, all the way to the top. This is what I wanted 5 years ago that they wouldn't give me. Oh, that's not too good. Thank God, one-shot resin. Regicide. Findings of the Starless Night Freedom Rescue. Thank you. Ooh, I miss healing. I'm gonna do a lot of it. I'm still in one, okay. Is there durability anymore? No. Oh yes, there is, yeah. Gonna go pee while I have a chance. My queue. Yeah, random dungeon finder for something. Yeah. Oh, BFA. Okay, got my time warping. Nice. That's good because the rewards are high. I wouldn't mind capping out the time warping vendor, just learning how to, like, relearning how to heal. Perfect. $152K. Nice. Oh, E is detox, okay. I need to change my spec when I get out of this, so I can get out of fall damage, because it's like deadly if you don't. Hi, kitty. Want some lap? Oh, beautiful kitty. Beautiful kitty. Beautiful kitty sitting on my lap. She's such a good, happy kitty. That's a real good kitty. Yes, she is. Yes, she is. I have to do your water after this. I must have. Loves of corrupted waters. I'm level 19. so far. Damn, 6 gold. Why am I dismounted? Why? I didn't understand what the symbol was to cleanse yet, but now I do. Oh, I wanted the fireplace. Damn it, Dasma won it. That son of a bitch. Oh my god, I never logged in. God damn it, log in. That was a lot harder than I thought it would be. Am I getting any gear? Nope. Ageless Serpent's leggings. Nope. But at least I can sell it. 95, 104. Nothing as good as I've got so far. World quests will get better. I think the music's a little too loud. A little bit. Drop it to like 15. I'm the wrong spec. Hopefully this is short. What? Oh god. Why are you in the wrong spec suddenly? Oh, I hit the wrong one. That's why. Oops.
You should have let my pet destroy the support!
have family dinner soon. I might have to leave this one. Or I don't know. Maybe not. I got a bomb out here I can't finish. It's unfortunate, but that happens every once in a while. Somebody else is going to get my easy clear. Or whatever. If the boss was right here, I would say do it, but... yeah, that probably is him. I don't know, I might be able to be 5 minutes late. I'm running late. I have to leave. Damn it. I'm running late. I've got to leave. I'm not letting this game take over my... Sorry, guys. Don't have it. Don't have any time left. Go have family dinner. Hi guys, sorry, just busy healing and stuff. Gotta get off now, go to family dinner. I am 5 minutes behind, so I'm gonna go. But you've been watching Skycatlive. I'm a full-time variety gamer, all day, every day. Put me on in the background, click on the cast face donate, come to the Twitch or the YouTube. I have many thousands of videos on my YouTube channel, which is reflected here. I'm gonna pause this video and I'll be back here within 60 to 90. Okay, going live. What's up, guys? I'm back. It's 8:34 p.m. I'm going live and recording a video, and here we go. We're going to go on to Starfield Hardcore and have some fun. Going to go look at new videos. We have Philip DeFranco. We have a pretty dark Elder Scrolls 6 update for about Hammerfell. ICE attacks the undeportable Native Americans with Joey Peltier. Jack Smith is telling GOP Trump belongs in prison. See hearing highlights. Sadistic master race cult murders. The Order of the Lion. That's New Nor Jasmine. That's a big deal. 100-year-old Dick Van Dyke reacts to his life in photos. Mary Poppins Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. I'm divorcing my Trump MAGA husband. Here's why by Pepperoni TV. Rock is way sicker than we thought. Hacktivist Power Ranger takedowns Nazis. How it feels to play tank. You know, I realized that I probably shouldn't be playing hardcore because I had like a bottle of wine. So I'm just not going to play hardcore right now. I'm going to go into some World of Warcraft and I'm just going to heal things. I'm just going to heal stuff all night like I did all day. That's what I'm going to do. Yeah. There we go. Let's go live. Are you muted? You are muted.
This war playing out in Minnesota, it's getting scarier and scarier by the day. ICE has said goodbye to warrants and they've begun terrorizing children as a matter of routine.
Call your kids now!
I will, please!
Let's go!
Will you hear my kids? Oh God, you guys don't do this to my kids!
Come here.
My kids! Come on! Oh my God, my kids! My kids, they're so young! Oh my God! You guys, my kids!
Go to the left, go to your mom.
Come on, come. Oh my God! Why? My son is a citizen! We have all the paperwork!
And there's a lot we're gonna have to dive into and break down, but first up is this crazy internal memo kept secret by ICE, but just now leaked by an anonymous whistleblower, right? Because it instructs ICE agents that they can forcibly enter someone's home, your home, even if they don't have a judicial warrant, which is something that not just ICE, but all law enforcement agencies have been explicitly barred from doing for decades because of the Fourth Amendment. And this memo, it's dated May 12th, so presumably ICE has just been following this for months, right? And we're only learning about it now because the agency has kept it under wraps and it took the whistleblower a while to get it out safely. In fact, only supervisors were generally given the memo itself and they just used it to verbally brief employees. And if an employee was allowed to read the memo, reportedly they had to give it back to the supervisor when they were done. And so now, if this policy is the new normal, the conventional advice given to immigrants about how to protect themselves, it just goes out the window, right? Even as recently as last month, you had Zoran Mamdani telling New Yorkers,
know your rights. If you encounter ICE, these are the things that every New Yorker should know. First, ICE cannot enter into private spaces like your home, school, or a private area of your workplace without a judicial warrant signed by a judge. That looks like this.
But the memo, which was signed by acting ICE Director Todd Lyons, claims that all agents need is an administrative warrant issued by immigration officials themselves, which is why for decades it's held far less authority than a judicial warrant. But the incredible thing is that ICE itself knows this. Its own written training materials from just last year called this practice the chief evil against which the wording of the Fourth Amendment is directed, citing Supreme Court precedent. In fact, the whistleblower says that ICE is telling new hires and agents still in training to ignore those written training materials and just follow the memo's guidance instead. And so all of that may go some way toward explaining why we've seen these videos of agents in tactical gear busting down doors with assault rifles but no warrant, or which is what you saw happening with examples like this guy in Minneapolis recently. But then, even putting the warrant issue aside, the memo itself states that agents must knock on the door and share who they are and why they're at the residence, and then the people inside must be given what's described as a reasonable chance to act lawfully. But from all these videos that we've been seeing pouring out of Minnesota, that is often not happening. And that's also assuming that the person being arrested is even an immigrant at all. Are you seeing things like in another case, agents entered a home without a warrant, guns drawn, and they pulled out a 56-year-old US citizen who was only in his underwear out into the freezing cold.
So your grandson watched everything?
Yeah, my grandson watched everything. After they took me, he was crying, looking for me. They just took me out there without any clothes on, unless only the blanket. Only my grandson's blanket.
With DHS then defending itself after the incident, claiming that he was living with two convicted sex offenders and saying that he matched the description of the men that they were actually looking for. Though neither of those people they were talking about were found during the raid, and it was actually later revealed that one of them's in prison already, serving a 4-year sentence, so it's unclear why ICE thought he would be in that home. And so with all these tactics now out in the open, you had a legal expert telling the AP.
If DHS implements this new procedure, what will happen is those arrests will be challenged as an unlawful search and seizure under the Fourth Amendment. And if judges rule that agents were not supposed to enter the home without a warrant, or some other exception to the warrant requirement, such as consent, exigent circumstances, hot pursuit, then that arrest will be dismissed as a constitutional violation.
But then there's also another ICE tactic that's shocking a lot of people right now, and that is what they call the detention, though others call it the abduction and kidnapping of children. Or with just example after example going viral, like this 16-year-old boy and his father in Texas. Or reportedly they were driving to school when 2 unmarked vehicles pulled them over and masked men with guns but no badges jumped out. Then, without identifying themselves or even stating you're under arrest, they just started pulling on the car doors, and so the pair drove off. But the boy here, he was a US citizen, but his father was undocumented and in video pain by MS. Now you can hear him virtually having a panic attack, fearing that his dad's going to be deported. Then you have the agents chasing after them, repeatedly ramming their car from behind. And eventually they pulled over, the boy was restrained and ended up in the hospital, and his father, well...
I saw like 3 men like fully like started kicking him down, punching him down.
Get away from my dad, bro. Get away from my dad, bro. Get away from my dad, bro.
And I was like not gonna like just let that happen, because you know like they're punching, they're like treating him bad. I'm pretty sure everybody would reacted the same way if they saw their dad getting beat down.
But also with this, I gotta know that, 16 is actually relatively old for some of the kids that ICE has been snatching up. Reportedly, agents have detained at least 4 children from the same Minnesota school district in just the past couple of weeks, and one of them was a 5-year-old boy. His name is Liam Ramos, and the school says that just after he and his father got home from his preschool, ICE met them in the driveway. And with that, you had DHS saying that the father fled on foot, and so the agents stayed with the boy for his safety while one chased down the dad. But then, according to the school, the agents had Liam knocked on the door of his own home to see if any other people were inside, essentially using a 5-year-old as bait. When Liam's middle school age brother came home 20 minutes later, reportedly he discovered that his younger brother and father had been taken. So now with all that, you have the family's lawyer saying that the pair are being held in San Antonio, even though they've been going through the asylum process perfectly legally. You also have the school district superintendent saying,
"Why detain a 5-year-old? You can't tell me that this child is going to be classified as a violent criminal."
As far as the DHS response, they said they were just targeting the father and claimed that the boy was abandoned. With that, saying that the policy is for a child to either stay with a safe person designated by a parent or be removed along with the detainee. There, you've got the school saying that another adult living in the home who was outside at the time begged the agents to leave Liam with them, and the agents just refused. And again, that's just one of the 4 I'm talking about, right? We've still got 3 other kids to talk about.
2 weeks ago, a 10-year-old student, 4th grader, was taken by ICE agents on her way to elementary school with her mother.
And with that, you had them adding that the girl called her father and told him that ICE agents were bringing her to school, but by the time that he got there, both his wife and daughter were already gone. And with that, you had school officials saying that they're now in a Texas detention center, just like Liam and his dad, and continuing.
On the way to school, a 17-year-old high school student, a minor, was taken by armed, masked agents. Alone. No parents were present.
And then lastly, you had the school saying that the agents pushed their way into an apartment and detained another 17-year-old student as well as her mother. And so understandably, many of the remaining kids, they're terrified, with as many as a third of the students in the district reportedly staying home in recent weeks out of fear. In fact, we've had the Minneapolis and St. Paul districts canceling class the past couple of weeks while teachers have switched to virtual learning.
ICE agents have been roaming our neighborhoods, circling our schools, following our buses, coming into our parking lots and taking our children, and our hearts are shattered.
And these stories, they just keep coming and coming, with federal agents, for example, raiding a home in St. Paul, letting a woman and her baby stay, but taking the other 6 people there, including a 12-year-old boy. Or with neighbors saying that they were told that it was about narcotics, not immigration, but they're skeptical because of the surveillance footage showing a package getting dropped off just minutes before the raid.
Federal agents inside were telling there's drugs in it, and if no one inside at the time claimed that package, that they were going to take everybody in the house.
And then when a family friend tried to pick up the little boy from a federal building the next day, he said that he was told that the kid had been sent to San Antonio. Right? And something you may have noticed at this point is that a lot of these kids, they're ending up in Texas. That's not a coincidence. And it's something that more and more people have been speaking out on. For example, Senator Chris Murphy posting, "Last night in San Antonio, I met 2 traumatized young boys who were locked up for 6 weeks at Trump's baby prison in Texas," and saying they were taken when they checked in for a routine hearing with their mom just waiting in the car with their backpacks for school, saying it's insane this is happening. And actually, on the topic of ICE detention facilities in Texas, we've got to talk about the update of the case of Geraldo Lunas Campos, a 55-year-old father of 4 who died in ICE custody this month. Because at first, ICE claimed that he was moved into solitary after he was being disruptive, and then they called medical staff over after they noticed him in distress. But last week, you had a witness telling the AP that he was handcuffed as at least 5 guards held him down, and one put an arm around his neck and squeezed until he was unconscious. And only then did DHS spokesperson Tricia McLaughlin, a notoriously fierce defender of Trump's immigration agenda, revise the initial story, claiming that Lunas Campos actually tried to take his own life and guards merely tried to help him, claiming that he violently resisted the guards, and in the ensuing struggle he stopped breathing and lost consciousness. Now, we've got the autopsy report, and his death was ruled a homicide, with the cause being asphyxia due to neck and torso compression. And so then in response to it, McLaughlin issuing a statement saying that he was a, quote, criminal, illegal alien, and convicted child sex predator. But all of that, as his death was just one of at least 3 reported in little more than a month at this facility, which has also been described as really little more than a sprawling tent city. And then there's even more we're going to dive into in just a minute, but first let me thank a sponsor and say, if your New Year's resolution is stop living like a wet raccoon, I have the shoe for you. Because today's sponsor, Vessi, and their Stormburst sneakers, they're here to rescue your socks and your dignity. They're 100% waterproof, which means rain, slush, spills, and sidewalk betrayals no longer own you. And I wear them on coffee runs, chaotic errands, dog walks, and I forgot it was winter days and my socks stay dry every time. The traction's also top notch, so you're not ice skating through the car, and they've got a supportive heel with insoles, easy pull tabs, and a design that works with joggers, jeans, or real pants if you're feeling ambitious. Plus, they come in both high top and low top style, so you can go full ankle coverage or keep it clean and every day. They're also made with sustainable materials, which is just objectively a win. This is a true one-pair solution shoe, not a closet ornament that you only trust on perfect weather days. So Vessi, they back them with a 1-year warranty and a 30-day hassle-free return, which is the opposite of buyer's remorse energy. So hey, if you want to actually enjoy winter instead of fighting it, head to vessi.com/DeFranco or just scan that QR code and get 15% off your first pair. But then, diving back into the news, Donald Trump's replacing the UN. Right, that's what you're seeing people shout right now as he's now launched his new so-called Board of Peace at the World Economic Forum in Davos, with several world leaders signing a charter describing an organization that really completely is unlike what was originally proposed, which was an already controversial temporary body meant to oversee the rebuilding of Gaza. In fact, it was actually the UN Security Council that adopted a resolution endorsing the establishment of the so-called Board of Peace. And it described the board as a transitional administration in Gaza with a 2-year mandate to start. Now, the board's charter, it makes no direct reference to Gaza at all, instead describing itself as an international organization that seeks to promote stability, restore dependable and lawful governance, and secure enduring peace in areas affected or threatened by conflict. In the signing ceremony today, where Trump claimed that the world is already richer, safer, and much more peaceful than it was just 1 year ago, he also claimed that the board would become one of the most consequential bodies ever created. And then adding that it will be the most prestigious board ever, it's going to get a lot of work done that the United Nations should have done, and saying,
once this board is completely formed, we can do pretty much whatever we want to do.
Now with that, I do want to note that he technically followed up by saying, we'll do it in conjunction with the United Nations, but it doesn't exactly inspire confidence, especially given how often and how strongly he's criticized the UN, and that's without mentioning that earlier this month, he moved to withdraw the United States from 66 international organizations described as contrary to the interests of the United States. And many of those were UN-related bodies dealing with issues like climate, labor, and migration. On Tuesday, he straight up said that he thought that this Board of Peace might replace the UN. Although again, yes, it's Trump, he's often saying two things at the same time. He sort of walked it back, saying, you got to let the UN continue because the potential is so great. But still, you're seeing people like an international law professor at Cambridge University saying this is a direct assault on the United Nations. This initiative is likely to be seen as a takeover of the world order by one individual in his own image. And they're right, this is being set up so that Trump just runs the show. For both the UN resolution and the charter names Trump as chair, and the charter gives him the power to veto decisions, approve the agenda, invite members, dissolve the board entirely, and designate his own successor. And on the topic of succession, it's possible that Trump could hold the chair position for the rest of his life, even after leaving the presidency. But with the U.S. official saying the chairmanship can be held by President Trump until he resigns it. But adding a future U.S. president, however, may choose to appoint or designate the United States' representative to the board. Also, regarding who's on this board, while Trump has claimed that this is the greatest board ever assembled and everyone wants to be on it, the reality is that many countries, they're just not enthusiastic about it. Right? One, while Trump said that the board has the backing of 59 countries, only 19 countries were actually represented at the signing ceremony. And so far, it seems like 25 countries have publicly accepted, including Turkey, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Argentina, and Indonesia, just to name a few. But also two, very notably, no major European allies have made a commitment yet, and some have just outright rejected the idea, including French President Emmanuel Macron. A move that then led to Trump threatening France with a 200% tariff on wine from the country. So with that, I'll say, some Europeans are on board, but it's also so far at least a certain kind of European. And Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban has signed on. He's something of a Trump-style strongman himself, as well as President of Belarus, Alexander Lukashenko, who is also known as Europe's last dictator, and he's a close ally of Putin. And actually, on the note of Russia, they received an invitation, with Trump actually claiming yesterday that Putin had accepted, but Putin has clarified that he has not, and the Kremlin is still studying a proposal. And you're seeing the involvement of Belarus and possibly Russia being why you had Zelensky saying that he was unsure if Ukraine could accept the invitation. As far as Trump, he defended his decision to include them, and other countries consider to be autocratic, telling reporters, I have some controversial people on it, but these are people that get the job done. These are people that have tremendous influence. Trump yesterday even said sometimes you need a dictator. A very normal statement from the President of the United States, a position that is usually thought of as like the leader of the free world. So again, many of the world's most influential countries, at least so far, they're not taking part, including not only the biggest powers in Europe, but also countries like Brazil, China, India, and Japan. There's also been a lot of talk about the membership because apparently that's flexible, or because the charter says that nations that accept the invitation will be given a 3-year membership term. For the permanent membership, that'll only be given to member states that contribute more than $1 billion in cash to the Board of Peace within the first year. But with that, you had U.S. officials claiming that technically membership does not carry any mandatory funding obligation. They're saying that if member states choose to contribute money, the Board of Peace will implement the highest financial controls and oversight mechanisms. You know, with that, it's not clear if anyone's opted for the paid tier so far, though I will say Putin has floated the idea of paying it with Russian assets that are frozen in the United States. And so also, it's still not entirely clear where the money is going to come from for rebuilding Gaza. Because even though Trump's so-called Board of Peace apparently has loftier ambitions, this is still seemingly its focus for him. And he actually had Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, laying out a $25 billion plan for doing so at the signing ceremony this morning. With Kushner saying the next 100 days will focus on increasing aid deliveries and rehabilitating essential infrastructure, including water, electricity, and sewage systems, and reconstructing hospitals and bakeries. Then he also presented what's been described as a master plan that would turn Gaza into a futuristic tech and industry hub with skyscrapers and coastal resorts. Kushner is saying that the White House wants to bring free market economy principles to Gaza, reflecting the same mindset and same approach that he says that Trump's implementing in the States. But of course, you know, while the people in charge here, they seem to see this as a big real estate opportunity, it's not clear that this is best for the people of Gaza. And the Palestinians, they seem to have little say. Or there's supposed to be a technocratic governing committee made up of Palestinians, but it's at the bottom of the hierarchy. And for now, the situation in Gaza remains extremely dire, and the violence, it hasn't totally subsided. Since the ceasefire began in October, you've had both sides accusing each other of violations. Israel saying Hamas has delayed returning a final body of a dead hostage, and Hamas saying that Israel has continued to restrict aid into Gaza despite an ongoing humanitarian disaster. Also, you've had Reuters investigating and finding that Israel's violated the ceasefire by moving the yellow line dividing Gaza deeper into the territory, destroying buildings and displacing Palestinians in the process. Also, that's as Israeli strikes have killed hundreds of Palestinians over the past few months, and in fact, just yesterday, Israeli forces reportedly killed at least 11 Palestinians in Gaza, including 2 13-year-old boys and 3 journalists. You know, ultimately, we're in a situation where you have people saying, you know, a bunch of world leaders and real estate developers calling themselves the Board of Peace, it doesn't make it so. And, you know, the whole thing, it seems especially ironic given Trump's recent action in Venezuela and the threats to take over Greenland. Though yesterday you did have Trump threatening, but then also saying that he wouldn't use force in Greenland. And then he also dropped his threat to impose new tariffs on several European allies as he claimed that he and the head of NATO had formed the framework of a future deal with respect to Greenland and, in fact, the entire Arctic region. And then today you had Trump saying on Fox News that the deal essentially grants total access with no time limit. Right? And then with that, you had the New York Times reporting that there are at least 3 main proposals on the table. 1, a major new NATO mission in the Arctic. 2, restrictions on non-NATO countries, especially Russia and China, mining Greenland's rare earth minerals. And 3, an update to a 1951 pact between the United States and Denmark that basically already allows the American military to do whatever it wants in Greenland. But apparently the concern is that if Greenland gained independence, that it would threaten that access. So allegedly what's on the table is giving the United States sovereignty over pockets of Greenland's territory, basically meaning that these areas would be considered American territory. But, and that's a big BBL, but things are far from set in stone. And actually, you had Zelensky slamming European leaders today in his speech at Davos over their handling over the whole situation.
It seems like everyone is just waiting for America to cool down on this topic, hoping it will pass away. But what if will not? What then? Today, Europe relies only on the belief that if danger comes, NATO will act. But no one has really seen the alliance in action. If Putin decides to take Lithuania or strike Poland, who will respond? Europe needs to know how to defend itself. And if you send 30 or 40 soldiers to Greenland, what is that for? What message does it send?
Now, with all that, a very big thing is that he avoided criticizing Trump, and he actually kind of suggested that Europe should be more like Trump in terms of taking action, right? Raising the possibility that they could seize Russian oil tankers the way that Trump's done with Venezuela. In fact, before that speech, you had Zelensky meeting with Trump, and it was a conversation that both leaders described as good without giving too much detail. But also, you did have Trump envoy Steve Witkoff, who's also deeply involved in the Gaza stuff, saying, I think we've got it down to one issue, and we have discussed iterations of that issue, and that means it's solvable. So with that, he's headed off to Moscow with Jared Kushner to meet Vladimir Putin, and there are now supposed to be trilateral talks involving the United States, Ukraine, and Russia in the UAE on Friday and Saturday. Then, next up from that, we should jump back to the States because the federal investigation into Donald Trump developed proof beyond a reasonable doubt that President Trump engaged in criminal activity. Where that is verbatim what former Special Prosecutor Jack Smith said under oath today before the House Judiciary Committee. And this hearing is a big deal because it marks Smith's first public appearance to defend his 2 attempts to criminally prosecute Trump for his alleged attempts to overturn the 2020 election and the handling of classified documents. And Smith, he's been under a gag order from a Trump-appointed judge that prevents him from discussing major elements of the documents case, which is why lawmakers largely avoided talking about the details of the probe. And so there were a lot of things discussed during the hours-long hearing, with testimony actually still happening while I'm finishing up recording. One of the main overarching themes was whether Smith's investigations were politically motivated or whether he had hard evidence that Trump committed crime. And so you had Republicans trying to paint the investigations as out-of-control political campaigns or part of a broader effort to weaponize the DOJ against Trump ahead of the 2024 election, whereas you then had Democrats largely using the hearing to give Smith a public stage to defend his inquiries as legitimate and lay out Trump's alleged criminal actions in the cases that were shut down after he was reelected. And this is all very high stakes for Smith, right? Trump has made it very, very clear that he thinks Smith is one of his biggest political enemies, and Smith has said that he believes that the president is looking for any chance to investigate and prosecute him. Right in his opening statement, you had Smith delivering powerful remarks that quickly went viral, Smith fervently defending his investigations, claiming that he and his team followed DOJ policies and observed legal requirements, and argued that his actions were based entirely on facts and law, not political motivations.
President Trump was charged because the evidence established that he willfully broke the law, the very laws he took an oath to uphold. Rather than accept his defeat in the 2020 election, President Trump engaged in a criminal scheme to overturn the results and prevent the lawful transfer of power. After leaving office in January of 21, President Trump illegally kept classified documents at his Mar-a-Lago social club and repeatedly tried to obstruct justice to conceal his continued retention of those documents. As I testify before the committee today, I want to be clear. I stand by my decisions as special counsel, including the decision to bring charges against President Trump. Our investigation developed proof beyond a reasonable doubt that President Trump engaged in criminal activity. If asked whether to prosecute a former president based on the same facts today, I would do so regardless of whether that president was a Democrat or a Republican. No one should be above the law in this country, and the law required that he be held to account, so that is what I did. To have done otherwise on the facts of these cases would have been to shirk my duties as a prosecutor and as a public servant.
And something you saw throughout the hearing were Republicans trying to control the narrative, making a wide range of sweeping allegations and implications, and at times using unproven, misleading, or just outright false allegations about Smith and the outcome of the 2020 election. Or with members also repeatedly peppering Smith with rapid-fire questions and then cutting him off when he attempted to respond. Whereas with the Democrats, you largely had them focusing on giving Smith that public platform to defend himself as an independent actor who was just doing his job and following the facts. And so you had multiple Democrats repeatedly asking Smith if he was pressured by Biden or anyone in his administration to launch the investigations into Trump in order to target a perceived political enemy or sway the 2024 election. And time again, you had Smith responding no, saying that he always acted independently and came to the decision to bring charges on his own accord based on the overwhelming evidence. And that was something you saw Smith reiterate during his notable exchange with Representative Ted Lieu.
Or anyone in the Biden White House ever direct you to seek retribution against anyone perceived to be Biden's political opponent?
No.
Did the Biden administration or President Biden or anyone in the White House ever write a social media post directing you to seek retribution against any particular individual?
No.
Did President Biden or anyone else in the Biden White House ever direct you to take any prosecutorial step whatsoever?
No.
With Lieu then going on to note that those are all things that Trump has done publicly, arguing that it's ironic that Republicans are trying to claim that Smith was at the center of a broad conspiracy to weaponize the DOJ to go after Biden's opponents when that is exactly what Trump is doing. A point that Trump himself only affirmed by going to Truth Social and posting during the hearing where he literally said he hopes Attorney General Pam Bondi is investigating Smith, who he also called a deranged animal. Also during the hearing, when asked about Trump's repeated threats against him, you had Smith giving this response.
The statements are meant to intimidate me. I will not be intimidated. I think these statements are also made as a warning to others what will happen if they stand up. And I am, as I say, I'm not going to be intimidated. We did our work. pursuant to department policy. We followed the facts and we followed the law, and that process resulted in proof beyond a reasonable doubt that he committed serious crimes. I'm not going to pretend that didn't happen because he's threatening me.
But beyond that, we also saw Democrats spending a lot of time trying to prove that Trump knew that he lost the election and incited the insurrection because of it, which is notable because Smith would have had to prove that Trump had intent in order to secure a conviction against him if the case had gone to trial. And there, you saw Smith repeatedly saying that his investigation found beyond a reasonable doubt that Trump knew his election fraud claims were false. He privately acknowledged so, but he still took illegal measures to overturn the election and then incited an insurrection when his attempts failed. And with that, you had Smith saying, based on his interpretation of the law, he believed that he had enough evidence to secure a conviction against Trump, and he repeated this line numerous times throughout the hearing.
Our investigation revealed that Donald Trump is the person who caused January 6th, that it was foreseeable to him, and that he sought to exploit the violence.
And also during a line of questioning about what would happen to American democracy if a president is not held accountable for trying to steal an election, Smith responded with a dire warning.
My belief is that if we do not hold the most powerful people in our society to the same standards of the rule of law, it can be catastrophic. I think if we don't hold people to account when they commit crimes, it sends a message that those crimes are okay, that our society accepts that. I believe that if we don't call people to account when they commit crimes in this context, it can endanger our election process, it can endanger election workers, and ultimately our democracy.
But of course, you know, we're talking about this a year into Trump's second presidency, and that second presidency has also ended Smith's probe, and so it seems unlikely that he'll ever be held accountable for his attempts to overturn the election. But then also, one of the big questions getting thrown around with this hearing is, will Trump be able to pull something out of Smith's testimony that he can use to go after him? Because that's exactly what he tried to do with James Comey. I mean, he had a loyalist prosecutor charge the former FBI director with making false statements in a testimony that he gave to the Senate. And while many legal experts say that the charges against Comey and Trump's other enemies, they're bogus, the fact of the matter remains that you have the president itching for something that he can use against Smith. And so for now, whether there's really any basis for it or not, it really feels like more of a when he goes after Smith, not an if. And you know, Jack Smith, he's not the only person that congressional Republicans are putting in the hot seat right now, because the House Oversight Committee just voted to recommend holding Bill and Hillary Clinton in contempt. And you actually had Democrats joining them in this effort, right? Because the Clintons, they refused to testify in the ongoing Jeffrey Epstein investigation, arguing that the subpoenas were invalid and legally unenforceable. Also, you had them noting that other officials have avoided testifying by submitting sworn statements, and since the Clintons provided similar statements, they think they should be excused as well, especially since they say they have no relevant information anyways. But members of the committee from both parties believe that the subpoenas were illegal, and that because Bill Clinton had ties to Epstein, they should testify. And so the vote to hold Bill in contempt was 34-8, with 9 Democrats joining Republicans, and while fewer cross-party lines for Hillary, they still went in favor with a vote of 28-15. And with that, you had Democratic Representative Stephen Lynch, who supported the Bill Clinton measure, telling Axios that there is plenty of evidence that he might have information given the amount of times that he had flown or traveled with Epstein, and since he knew Ghislaine Maxwell. That said, as far as what happens next, right, the big thing is that this is just kind of the first step in what could be a very consequential proceeding for the Clintons, where the full House would have to vote in favor of this and then pass it over to the DOJ, but contempt charges could actually land them up to a year behind bars and a $100,000 fine. And while you had Republican Committee Chairman James Comer believing that he has the votes to move it forward, still you had some Democrats not supporting the effort, arguing that this is politically motivated. Or with, for example, Representative Robert Garcia saying that it's interesting that it's this subpoena only that Republicans and the chairman have been obsessed with putting all of their energy behind. And adding, Donald Trump is leading a White House cover-up right now of the Epstein files. And that is, you had Ro Khanna arguing that if anyone should be held in contempt, it's Attorney General Pam Bondi, because her department hasn't released the files in compliance with the law that was passed last year. Which, I'll say on that note, Donald Trump and his administration have done a really good job of distracting people, because we are now 1 month past the deadline set for Trump's DOJ to fully release the Epstein files, and we are nowhere near that actually happening. We're nowhere near close to a full release. And so you had Khanna, who co-authored the bill, calling this an obstruction of justice. And while he and Representative Thomas Massie also took it to courts to try to force the release along, a judge issued a ruling that's mostly an L for them, denying their request to get an independent monitor to ensure that the DOJ complies with the law and releases the file, and the judge saying that he didn't have the authority to supervise the DOJ in this case. Though I will say the judge also said that Khanna and Massie raised legitimate concerns about whether DOJ is faithfully complying with federal law. And then with that, the judge said that they could file a separate lawsuit to request an independent monitor, and they could use other congressional tools to add oversight to the DOJ. And so he would kind of saying they respect the judge's decision, and we will continue to use every legal option to ensure the files are released and the survivors see justice. But that's also not where this whole situation ends, because you have the House Oversight Committee actually deposing Ghislaine Maxwell next month. With that, I've got to warn you that right now it remains to be seen if this is actually going to be helpful. Or because Maxwell's attorney has already suggested she's keeping her mouth shut, saying this is not a negotiating position or a tactical choice, it is a legal necessity, and saying that this deposition is a waste of taxpayer dollars and political theater, and the quote, the only certainty is a public spectacle in which a witness repeatedly invokes the Fifth Amendment. As for any other details we know, it appears that the deposition will be held virtually, as Maxwell's currently in prison in Texas. With that, my friends, you beautiful bastards, is where your Thursday Philip DeFranco show dive into the news is going to end. Thank you for watching, thank you for subscribing, thank you for sharing, and thank you just for being you. I love you, old faces, and I'll see you right back here on Monday. Is that lame? Maybe. Whatever. I liked it.
MAGA is so furious over this former DC police officer, Michael Fanone, who just absolutely stole the spotlight during the Jack Smith special counsel testimony happening in Congress right now. It is just some miraculous stuff happening there, and he's using his First Amendment to the best of his ability. Let's just say that. So we're going to take a look at all of these awesome moments that we have here that have come from this. As well, we're going to go into a little bit of the background on our three central characters in this whole fiasco, that being Michael Fanone, our protagonist, so to speak, Ivan Raiklin, and also Troy Nehls, a representative out of Texas. So be sure to stick around until the end to hear all about it. It's going to be a great video, so let's dive in. Real quick, before we do, if you liked what you see in this video, consider leaving us a like and subscribing to the channel. It's a really great, easy, and free way to share your support, and it would help us out a lot here at USDS. So do us a favor, if you like the video, consider subscribing, commenting, all that good stuff. All right, let's get into it. All right, let's together here take a look at this clip that is going super viral right now.
I would like to quickly address the police officers of January 6th. I can tell you, gentlemen, that the fault does not lie with Donald Trump. It lies with the U.S. Capitol leadership team. We know they had the intelligence.
It's perfect. It is so good. Oh my God, this rocks. He's in a congressional meeting. That's Michael Fanone right there, the guy who just coughed with the tattoos, looks like a total badass. Complete side point there, by the way, but he does. And he's just sitting there listening to, this is Troy Nehls, the representative, speaking at this moment, and he's practically pushing all the blame, all the responsibility, all of the failures of what happened at January 6th directly onto the Capitol Police, of which Michael Fanone was a member of. So clearly he's not too happy about the way Troy Nehls is just putting all of that onto the Capitol Police, and so he uses his First Amendment in the best way and drops a good old "go fuck yourself." We love to see it. We really do love to see it, and I can't believe that he's literally sitting in a congressional testimony for Jack Smith, and he's in the front row, and he's saying that kind of stuff underneath a cop too. The passive aggressiveness, the nature of it all, it is so sweet. And then Troy Nehls just tries to ignore it and move on, but you can clearly tell he's been like shocked by the whole thing. Yeah, let's get a bit of context on this situation, because we kind of jump right into it. This is what Nehls was saying directly before this moment happened. Let's take a look here.
Sir, that is proof beyond a reasonable doubt that the crap you were shoveling did not pass the smell test with the American people. To put it bluntly, Mr. Smith, the stink remains on you. And lastly, I would like to quickly address the police officers of January 6th. Mr. Dunn, Mr. Fanone, Mr. Gonell, Mr. Hodges. I'm a member of the new select committee to actually examine what happened that day. And I can tell you, gentlemen, that the fault does not lie with Donald Trump. It lies with Yogananda Pittman and the U.S. Capitol leadership team. We know they had the intelligence.
And then there it is. There's the go fuck yourself right there. Yeah. When you see the context, it's even worse, right? Nehls is being even more of a dick than what you see in that original shorter clip there, because he's just full on out and about saying, I'm one of the people that's doing the investigation. I'm all for it, and we have 100% concluded it could not be Donald Trump at all. There's no reason it was ever him. It was the Capitol Police's fault, and I'm going to address you personally and say it. So, Capitol Police, you're at fault. It's like, come on, dude. You're such an asshole. You're such an asshole. He totally deserves that comment. He's such a dick. But for a little context on Troy Nehls in general, he's a representative from the state of Texas. He was a past life in law enforcement. He was a sheriff. And if you can believe it, he objected to the certification of the 2020 election that led to the January 6th insurrection of 2021. So, I know, not a shocker. Not a shocker at all. And Michael Fanone, he has a background in law enforcement. He is now a law enforcement analyst, and he's also a retired Capital City policeman. And he was present at the Capitol the day that January 6th happened, the whole insurrection. And he was a part of the House Select Committee investigating the attack. And if you can believe it, he doesn't like Nehls too much. So, yeah. That. So now we're going to take a look at another moment that Fanone shows his disdain for Nehls on the public stage, and this one is just as good, if not even better than the last. Let's take a look.
And they failed miserably.
So we've got Fanone right here.
With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield the balance to my distinguished colleague out of Jersey.
I just want to quickly go over something because we keep rewriting this. The president said peacefully and patriotically. What don't we understand about peacefully and patriotically? He asked for the National Guard. That was ignored. We have to speak to Pelosi. What don't we understand that?
Oh my God, that's too good. Just to see Fanone, he's right here. He's kind of leaning back right here now with his arms all cool looking. He's right here in the green shirt, and just seeing him just flip off Nehls, and then cut the camera pan to Nehls, and just seeing him just like adjusting his chair. That just happened. This guy sucks. It's so good seeing the guy just loungily sitting back, flipping off the congressman as the congressman is just like seething in the background. Baggett's so furious about this. It is so nice to see. But then there's another moment, we're going to skip ahead a little bit, where Nehls does actually respond to the comment here. Let's see if I can find it. I believe it's around the 50-second mark. Let's take a look.
In instance, several years back, less than your hand gestures, your son, you need medication expired. Obviously, you were.
Okay, that was it. That was it right there. It was a little tricky to hear, but he said those hand gestures, those hand gestures. You need to be medicated, sir. It's like, okay, dude, really? You're saying hand gestures? Really? Like, come on. He flipped you off. He gave you the bird. He gave you the big old middle finger. That's what happened. Okay. He's trying to be all prim and proper because he's in Congress, whatever. And he's like, oh, your hand gestures, my lord. Like, come on, dude. You got flipped off because you suck and this guy hates you. That's what happened. I just love that he gets so mad. Like, you need medication. Okay, you know what? Calm down. Calm down. You're a Republican congressman. If anybody needs medication here, it's probably you, right? Let's all be honest about the situation. I just think it's so fun. Let's go back. Let's go back and watch that flip off moment one more time. It's so good. Let's watch it.
The president said peacefully and patriotically. What don't we understand about peacefully and patriotically? He asked for the National Guard. That was ignored. We have to speak to Pelosi. What don't we understand that?
The smug that Fanone does is it's so good. But Nehls in the room is not even Fanone's largest enemy, even though Fanone has a lot of smoke for Nehls right here. There is another person that will enter the equation in a second, and we'll take a look, that Fanone dislikes even more, and for a very good reason. In these clips, he confronts a January 6th denier who allegedly threatened to essay Fanone's children, and he is a hardline MAGA guy, and MAGA folk are very upset about this exchange, but there is no recourse because there is no point, right? These MAGA folk, they talk a big game, they're all brawn and big, and they'll say whatever they want and the most crazy out there stuff, but the second that they're in person with someone, the second that they're face to face, they just crumble because they are not on the side of justice. There's a lot of angles of this encounter too, so we're going to take a look at all of them, but let's begin with Rakelin's POV right here. So we can see his face here in the bottom corner, and then this is Fanone right here.
Hey, Michael. Hey, what's up, buddy? Ivan Rakelin. Why do you have to swear at me? What's that? Why do you have to swear at me? Oh, dude, don't pretend like we're not mortal enemies. Well, why do you have to lose your cool like that? I've been always professional with you.
I'm not losing my cool.
Single time I can with you, I am always professional with you. And it was other people to contain your Tourette's syndrome. Okay?
I'm not going to get through. You threaten my family and you threaten my life.
Have
You're
I?
a traitor in this country.
Why so spasmodic?
My spasmodic?
Absolutely. Look behind you.
Do something.
Why should I? I'm communicating with you. I'm trying to calm you down. Right?
Okay, I'm just gonna pause it real quick right there. This guy already immediately hate this guy, right? Ray Clinton just sounds like a piece of shit. He just is a huge freaking asshole. They're just like, oh, you're being spasmodic. It's like, okay, what is this guy's deal? He's just like, is he like stalking Fanone right here and just like he's trying to cause a scene, right? He's trying to get a reaction out of him because Ray Clinton knows that he is one of these agitator MAGA folk who are just trying to make, you know, this guy, whatever, woke lefties look crazy. But it's not working because even though Fanone is approaching him, he's not throwing punches, he's not getting violent, he's just saying, fuck yourself, right? This guy freaking blows. He's threatened his family. He's threatened his kids. And Fanone clearly isn't a fan of this guy. And yet he's like, I'm just trying to calm you down in a communicative manner. Okay. God, oh, this guy, yeah, no, this guy sucks. Let's continue. Let's watch the rest of this.
You can't even control yourself. You can't even be a man.
Trust me, I'm using a lot
You see how many people are constraining you?
Come get me.
Look at me. Total control over my mind and body.
Total control over my mind and body. He is experiencing a lot of self-control in this moment. I do have to say.
Total control over my